abandon, give up or over, yield, surrender, leave, cede. I can see no reason why we should abandon the house to thieves and vandals. Abandon, depart from, leave, desert, quit, go away from. The order was given to abandon ship. Abandon, desert, forsake, jilt, walk out on. He even abandoned his fiancée. Abandon, recklessness, intemperance, wantonness, lack of restraint, unrestrained. We danced with wild abandon. Abandoned, left alone, forlorn, forsaken, deserted, neglected. An abandoned infant was found on the church steps. Abandoned, bad, immoral, amoral, wicked, sinful. His abandoned behavior soon landed him in jail. Abbreviate, shorten, cut, condense, abridge, abstract. The school presented an abbreviated version of A Midsummer Night's Dream. Abbreviate, shorten, compress, contract, truncate, trim. We abbreviated some of the longer words to save space. Abbreviated, skimpy, brief, revealing. The dancers' abbreviated costumes shocked some members of the audience. Abbreviation, initialism, acronym, shortening, contraction. UK is one kind of abbreviation. Abdicate, give up, renounce, disclaim, waive, disown. She abdicated the throne to marry a commoner. Abduct, kidnap, carry off, make away or off with, seize, snatch, grab. The child that was abducted is safe. Abet, encourage, urge, instigate, incite, provoke. The jury found that his wife had abetted him in the murder. Abet, countenance, approve, support, endorse, second. Shady lawyers abetted the company's officers in stealing the funds. Abeyance, pending, abeyant, reserved, in reserve. The bill is in abeyance. Abhor, hate, loathe, detest, abominate, execrate. He said that he abhorred any violation of human rights. Abhorrent, hateful, detestable, abhorred, abominable, contemptible. The idea of war was totally abhorrent to her. Abide. Remain, stay, continue, tarry, linger. He'll abide in my care till he can walk again. Abide. Live, stay, reside, dwell, sojourn. Local people believe that the rain god abides in these mountains. Abide. Stand, endure, suffer, submit to, bear. How can you abide the company of such a fool? Abiding. Lasting, permanent, constant, steadfast, everlasting. Her abiding love is a solace to him. Ability. Adeptness, aptitude, facility, faculty, capacity. I have perceived your ability to manipulate situations to your own advantage. Ability. Abilities, faculty, faculties, talent, gift. Her abilities have made her one of the finest cellists of our time. Ability. Talent, skill, cleverness, capacity, wit. He has such extraordinary ability, it is difficult to see why he doesn't accomplish more. Ablaze. A flame, the fire, burning, on fire, alight. By the time the firemen arrived, the roof was ablaze. Ablaze. Lit up, alight, brilliantly or brightly lit, sparkling, gleaming. The ballroom was ablaze with the light from thousands of candles. Able. Capable, qualified, competent, proficient. He is an able tennis player. Able. Talented, clever, skilled, masterful, masterly. There is no doubt that Wellington was a very able general. Abnormal. Peculiar, unusual, odd, strange, queer. They certainly make the contestants on that TV show do some very abnormal things. Abnormal. Deviant, deviating, irregular, unusual, unconventional. The wing of a bat is an abnormal structure. Abnormality. Irregularity, unconformity, unusualness, singularity, eccentricity. The desire in a man to wear women's clothing is viewed as an abnormality. Abnormality. Distortion, anomaly, malformation, deformity. The child was born with an abnormality of the right foot. Abode. Residence, dwelling, dwelling place, house, home. He was described as being of no fixed abode. Abolish. eliminate, end, put an end to, terminate, destroy. Prohibition in the U.S. was abolished in 1933. Abolition, elimination, end, termination, annulment, nullification. Slavery was abolished in the U.S. in the 19th century. Abominable, terrible, unpleasant, disagreeable, awful, distasteful. The decor in this hotel is simply abominable. Abominable, offensive, repugnant, repulsive, vile, monstrous. He was accused of crimes too abominable to detail in open court. Aboriginal, native, indigene, abo, aborigine. Many aboriginals are not assimilated to modern life. Abound, teem or swarm or throng with, be filled or infested with, overflow with. The ship abounds with rats. Abound, prevail, thrive, flourish. Disease abounds among the undernourished peoples of Africa. Abound, be crowded or packed or jammed with, be abundant or rich in, proliferate. The ship abounds in conveniences. About, approximately, around, nearly, roughly, more or less. Light travels at about 186,000 miles a second. About, round, around, close by, nearby, on every side. Gather about, for I have something to tell you. About, to and fro, up and down, back and forth, here and there. He wandered about aimlessly for several days. About, near, nearby, adjacent to, beside, alongside. There were a lot of trees about the garden. About, round, around, all round, everywhere, in all directions. Please look about the room for my hat. About, around, surrounding, encircling. There is a railing about the monument. About turn, reversal, reverse, turn about, turn round, U-turn. There has been a complete about turn in the policy concerning immigration. Above, overhead, on high, aloft, in the sky or heavens. Far above, the clouds scudded swiftly by. Above, upstairs. They lived on the ground floor and the landlady lived above. above, on top of, upon, over, atop. He hasn't got a roof above his head for the night. Above, over, more than, exceeding, in excess of, beyond. The operations are controlled by gears, of which there are above 50 in number. Above, insusceptible to, unaffected by, out of reach of, not susceptible or vulnerable or exposed to. The judge is above bribery or other influence. Above board, openly, candidly, freely, publicly, frankly. Donald has always dealt completely above board with everyone. Above board, open, candid, frank, straight, direct. The company's dealings have always been above board. Abridge, shorten, reduce, condense, cut, abbreviate. We abridged the original edition of 1,000 pages to 480 pages. Abridgment, digest, condensation, epitome, compendium, concise edition or version. The one-volume abridgment of the dictionary is easier to use. Abridgment, shortening, reduction, abbreviation, condensation, contraction. The abridgment took 10 years. Abridgment, curtailment. We protested against the abridgment of our right to picket. Abroad, outside, out of doors, away, out and about. There are few people abroad this early in the morning. Abroad, overseas, in foreign lands or parts. We were abroad on assignment for a few years. Abroad, broadly, widely, at large, near and far, far and wide. Don't spread rumors abroad. Abrupt, curt, short, brusque, blunt, bluff. My bank manager gave me an abrupt reply when I asked for an increased overdraft. Abrupt, sudden, hasty, quick, precipitate, snappy. There was an abrupt change in her mood. Abrupt, precipitous, steep, sheer, sudden. From the ridge there is an abrupt drop of 1,000 meters into the valley. Absence, non-attendance, non-presence, non-appearance, truancy. She runs the place in my absence. Absence, lack, want, deficiency, non-existence, insufficiency. In the absence of new evidence, the matter must remain undecided. Absent. Away, out, off, elsewhere, not present. 20 people attended, but Harold was conspicuously absent. Absent. Missing, lacking, wanting, deficient. All warmth is absent from her singing. Absent. Keep or stay away from, withdraw or retire from. He absented himself from the court during his father's trial for murder. Absent-minded. Preoccupied, inattentive, unattentive, absorbed, unmindful. The absent-minded professor delivered his lecture to an empty lecture hall. Absolute. Perfect, complete, total, finished, thorough. Alan behaved like an absolute gentleman. Absolute. Complete, outright, downright, genuine, real. Peace is an absolute requirement for prosperity. Absolute. Unrestricted, unrestrained, unconstrained, unlimited, unmitigated. The days of absolute monarchy are numbered. Absolutely. Certainly, assuredly, positively, definitely, of course. Are you sure you want to go? Absolutely. Absolutely. Unqualifiedly, unconditionally, unreservedly, unexceptionally, unequivocally. I absolutely refuse to go. Absolutely. Totally, utterly, completely, entirely, fully. It is absolutely necessary that you undergo surgery. Absorbed. Engrossed, lost, wrapped up, occupied, engaged. He was absorbed in his reading. Absorbing. Engrossing, engaging, riveting, captivating, fascinating. Maria was watching an absorbing thriller on television. Abstract. Theoretical, unapplied, notional, ideational, conceptual. It is difficult to capture abstract ideas on paper. Abstract. Non-representational, symbolic, non-realistic. Museums began buying abstract art in the 1930s. Abstract. Summary, epitome, synopsis, essence, digest. By reading the abstracts, you can determine which articles merit reading in full. Abstract. Epitomize, abbreviate, digest, summarize, condense. The service abstracts articles that appear in scientific journals. absurd, ridiculous, silly, nonsensical, senseless, outlandish. The notion that the moon is made of green cheese is absurd. Absurd. Asinine, senseless, illogical, irrational, unreasoned. Today, most people view it absurd to believe that the earth is flat. Absurdity. Folly, silliness, ridiculousness, foolishness, ludicrousness. Many comics rely on absurdity rather than cleverness for humor. Absurdity. Paradox, self-contradiction, error, fallacy. No one can abide the man's pretentiousness and other absurdities. Abundance. Overflow, superfluity, overabundance, superabundance, excess. The days when there was an abundance of fresh drinking water have come to an end. Abundant. Abounding, full, rich, luxuriant, lavish. The abundant vegetation of the rainforest is an ecological wonder. Abundant. Plentiful, overflowing, ample, copious, oversufficient. The abundant rainfall fills the reservoirs every day. Abuse. Malign, revile, censure, upbraid, assail. In the report, the director was abused in the most virulent terms. Abuse. Misuse, misemploy, pervert, misapply, exploit. The officer abused his authority in ordering the forced march at midnight. Abuse. Maltreat, ill-use, injure, wrong, hurt. I cannot stand by and watch that drunk abuse his wife and family. Abuse. Misuse, misusage, misemployment, perversion, misapplication. Beware of imitating his abuse of the language. Abuse. Maltreatment, ill-treatment, ill-use, fault. It seemed perfectly natural that he should defend abuses by which he profited. Abuse. Addiction, dependence. They are being treated for drug abuse at the local clinic. Abused. Maltreated, ill-treated, mistreated, hurt. It was explained that he had been an abused child. Abused. Misused. Permission to use the office copying machine has become an abused privilege. Abusive. Insulting, scurrilous, vituperative, calumnious, offensive. If I hear another word of abusive language out of you, I'll wash out your mouth with soap. Abusive. Perverted, misapplied, improper, wrong, incorrect. Despite the abusive treatment of wives, married women commanded much respect. Abusive. Corrupt, venal, dishonest, crooked. The politicians exercised abusive power over the townspeople. Abysmal. Awful, appalling, dreadful, terrible, profound. The government of Nero presented a spectacle of abysmal degradation. Abysmal. Abyssal, bottomless, profound, unfathomable, unfathomed. The abysmal depths have been plumbed in the diving bell. Abyss. Deep abysm, bottomless gulf, yawning chasm, gaping void. In the scandal, the MP was plunged into the abyss of disgrace. Academic. Scholastic, collegiate, scholarly, learned, lettered. Green's academic background qualifies him for the professorship. Academic. Theoretical, hypothetical, conjectural, speculative, abstract. The car doesn't run, so the question of miles per gallon is purely academic. Accent. Emphasis, stress, force, prominence, accentuation. The accent is on the second syllable in reward. Accent. Pronunciation, articulation, intonation, speech pattern, inflection. Even after 40 years in the country, he still speaks English with an Italian accent. Accent. Diacritic, diacritical mark, mark, accent mark. There is an acute accent on the E in click. Accent. Accentuate, emphasize, stress, give prominence to, mark. Why must he always accent the negative aspect of everything? Accept. Receive, take, allow, permit. Sorry, but we cannot accept any more applications. Accept. Accede, agree, assent, consent, acknowledge. We accept your request for a hearing. Accept. Assume, undertake, take on or up, agree to bear. I'll accept the responsibility for replying. Acceptable. Agreeable, pleasing, welcome, satisfying, delightful. Most people find her compliments quite acceptable. Acceptable. Satisfactory, adequate, tolerable, all right, sufficient. The bread and meat were acceptable, but the beer was awful. Accessible. Approachable, open, available, attainable, obtainable. The mechanism is accessible if the cover is removed. Accessory. accessory, accomplice, helper, assistant, confederate. A seller of stolen goods is an accessory after the fact. Accessory. Extra, addition, adjunct, attachment, component. My food processor has more accessories than I could ever need. Accessory. Extra, subordinate, auxiliary, additional, ancillary. For no apparent reason, the salamander grew an accessory limb near its hind leg. Accident. Mishap, misfortune, mischance, misadventure, blunder. A high percentage of the road accidents were caused by drunken drivers. Accident. Chance, fortune, luck, fortuity, fluke. I came across the gold ring by accident when cleaning out a disused cupboard. Accident. Non-essential, accessory or accessory, extra, addition. Melancholy is an almost inseparable accident of old age. Accidental. Chance, fortuitous, lucky, unlucky, serendipitous. Our meeting was entirely accidental. Accommodate. Fit, suit, adapt, adjust, modify. I shall do my best to accommodate the equipment to your needs. Accommodate. Harmonize, make consistent, reconcile, adapt. It is uncertain whether his version of the incident can be accommodated to ours. Accommodate. Equip, supply, provide, furnish. Can you accommodate me with £5 till tomorrow? Accommodating. Obliging, cooperative, helpful, hospitable, considerate. The lady at the complaints desk in the store was most accommodating. Accommodating. Pliable, accessible, corruptible, subornable, get-at-able. If you want to get off scot-free, we'll have to find an accommodating judge. Accommodation. Adaptation, adjustment, modification, change, alteration. Her skillful accommodation to her boss's demands kept the peace in the office. Accommodation. Settlement, treaty, compromise. Negotiations were now opened for an accommodation between the belligerents. Accommodation. Convenience, favor. Would you take the mail to the post office as an accommodation to me? Accompany. Convoy, escort, chaperone or chaperone, go along with, attend. Allow me to accompany you to your taxi. Accompany. Go with, come with, be associated with, belong with, go together with. The roast was accompanied by a bottle of claret. accomplice, accessory or accessory partner in crime, confederate, ally, associate. The police arrested the safecracker and 3 accomplices within hours of the robbery. Accomplish, fulfill, perform, achieve, carry out, execute. Has he accomplished his goal yet? Accomplished, consummate, perfect, expert, adept, skillful. Did you know that she is also an accomplished flautist? Accomplishment, skill, skillfulness, talent, gift, ability. Playing the violin is another of his accomplishments. Accomplishment, fulfillment, consummation, completion, realization, attainment. After the accomplishment of the task, they were all taken out to celebrate. Accomplishment, coup, feat, exploit, triumph, tour de force. Among her many accomplishments was climbing Mount Everest. Accord, agree, harmonize, concur, be at one, correspond. His principles and practices do not accord with one another. Accord, agreement, unanimity, concord, reconciliation, harmony. The countries are in accord on a beneficial trade balance. Accord, agreement, treaty, pact, contract. The accords will be signed at the summit meeting in May. Accord, agreement, harmony, congruence, correspondence. The colors of the curtains are in perfect accord with those of the carpet. According to, on the authority of, consistent with, in conformity or agreement with, as said or believed. We are going to play this game according to Hoyle. According to, conformable to, consistent with, in conformity with, commensurate with. The Queen greeted them in order according to rank. Accordingly, suitably, in conformity, in compliance, conformably, appropriately. Dinner jackets were required and the men dressed accordingly. Accordingly. Hence, therefore, consequently, thus, in consequence of. Smoking was forbidden. Accordingly, we put out our cigars. Account, calculation, accounting, reckoning, computation, statement. The accounts show that the company has ample funds in reserve. Account, interest, profit, advantage, benefit, favor. Don't read the book on my account. Account, explanation, statement, description, report, recital. The defendant gave a credible account of his whereabouts at the time of the crime. Account. Explain, give a reason for, give or render a reckoning for, answer for. His desire to conceal his background accounts for his secrecy. Accountability. Answerability, responsibility, liability, culpability, accountableness. In a democracy, there can be no reducing the accountability of the government to the citizens. Accountable. Answerable, responsible, liable, obliged, obligated. I am accountable to no man, but the greatest man in England is accountable to me. Accumulate. Collect, gather, amass, mass, pile or heap up. Overnight, the snow accumulated in 6-foot drifts about the house. Accumulation. Collecting, amassing, gathering, piling or aggregation, heaping up. One effect of the strike was the accumulation of rubbish in the streets. Accumulation. Heap, pile, mass, collection, hoard. Our gardener made sure that there was an ample accumulation of compost. Accumulation. Growth, increase, build up. The accumulation of wealth has never proved a valid purpose in life. Accuracy. Exactness, correctness, loosely precision, preciseness. Rifling the inside of the barrel of a firearm increases its accuracy. Accurate. Exact, correct, error-free, precise. There is a nice distinction between accurate and precise. Accurate. Unerring, on target, on the mark, spot on. This rifle is accurate if you allow for the wind. Accurate. Careful, meticulous, nice, with an eye to or for detail, scrupulous. Marvin is a very accurate typist. Accusation. Charge, allegation, indictment, charge, citation. The politician denied the accusation of having accepted a bribe. Accuse. Charge, indict, impeach, arraign. The prisoner is accused of assault, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct. Accuse. Blame, censure, hold responsible, charge. She accused the Knave of Hearts of lying. Accustom. Familiarize, acquaint, habituate, train, season. She soon accustomed herself to the new surroundings. Accustomed. Customary, habitual, usual, traditional, normal. The old man took his accustomed place near the fire. accustomed, used. I've grown accustomed to her face. Ache, yearn, long, hunger, hanker, pine. A hostage for a year, he was aching to see his wife and children. Ache, pain, hurt, smart, throb, pound. My jaw has been aching since that tooth was extracted. Ache, pain, pang, throbbing, pounding, smarting. I have had this ache in my back, doctor, and I can't stand up straight. Ache, pang, pain, distress, longing. There's been an ache in my heart, my darling, ever since you went away. Achieve, accomplish, carry out, execute, succeed in, complete. When the fun reaches its goal, we shall have achieved our purpose. Achieve, accomplish, attain, reach, gain, get. She achieved her ends by cheating and conniving. Achievement, attainment, accomplishment, acquisition, acquirement. As he was still in his 30s, the achievement of great fame still lay ahead for him. Achievement, accomplishment, attainment, feat, deed, exploit. The winning of the Nobel Prize was her greatest achievement. Achievement, fulfillment, realization, accomplishment, attainment, completion. What virtue lies more in achievement than in the desire for it? Acknowledge, admit, confess, allow, concede, own. She finally acknowledged my presence by looking up. Acknowledge, answer, reply to, respond to, react to. She couldn't possibly acknowledge personally every letter she receives. Acknowledgement, acknowledging, confessing, admitting, owning, admission. His acknowledgement of his involvement in the crime saved the police a great deal of time. Acknowledgement, approval, acceptance, recognition, allowance. By acknowledgement of the Parliament, the King was the commander of the Army and Navy. Acknowledgement, reply, response, answer, recognition. Our acknowledgement will be in tomorrow's post. Acme, peak, apex, top, summit, pinnacle. Roger has reached the acme of perfection as a diamond cutter. Acquaint, familiarize with, inform of or about, make aware of, apprise of. The management requires employees to acquaint themselves with the safety rules. Acquaintance. Familiarity, knowledge, acquaintanceship, understanding, awareness. His acquaintance with the works of Coleridge is sparse at best. Acquaintance. Associate, fellow, colleague. She's not a friend of mine, only an acquaintance. Acquainted. Familiar with, known to, aware of, informed of. I have studied trigonometry, but I am not acquainted with calculus. Acquainted. Known to each other or one another, familiar with each other or one another. I have known Rory for years, but his wife and I are not acquainted. Acquire. Get, obtain, gain, win, earn. He acquired great wealth by marrying rich old dying widows. Acquisition. Obtaining, getting, acquiring, acquirement, gain. The acquisition of property entails many obligations. Acquisition. Possession, property, purchase, object. This first edition is a recent acquisition. Act. Behave, carry on, deport oneself, comport oneself, conduct oneself. I don't know how she'll act when we're in public. Act. Portray, represent, impersonate, act out, personify. Reginald acts the fool whenever he has had too much to drink. Act. Perform, play, do. She is acting in the West End. Act. Deed, action, undertaking, operation, step. The first act of the new commission was to ban smoking in public places. Act. Performance, pretense, posture, stance, feigning. She didn't mean what she said, it was just an act. Act. Performance, show, bit, skit, stand. Stand-up comedians do their acts in nightclubs. Action. Activity, performance, movement, motion, energy. Being a man of action, he hates just sitting and reading. Action. Influence, effect, power, force, strength. The action of the moon's gravitational pull causes tides on Earth. Action. Deed, act, undertaking, exertion, exercise. The very action of breathing caused me pain. Activate. move, actuate, set in motion, get started, energize. Her enthusiasm activated him to go into business for himself. Active. Strenuous, vigorous, full, dynamic, physical. He always seems to be active. Active. Energetic, lively, hyperactive, animated, spry. There is no keeping up with an active child. Active. Acting, effective, efficacious, effectual, working. The active ingredient in her medicine is an antihistamine. Activity. Action, movement, motion, vigor, vim. Last week there wasn't much activity in the stock market. Activity. Pursuit, occupation, vocation, work, function. What sort of business activity are you engaged in? Actual. Existing, existent, real, genuine, factual. The actual cost of the project turned out to be double the estimate. Actual. Present, current, existent, real, genuine. No telescope has detected any actual volcanic eruption on the moon. Actually. Really, in reality, in fact, in actuality, in point of fact. The interest rates actually charged by banks may vary from those quoted publicly. Acute. Sharp, pointed, narrow. The two roads meet at an acute angle. Acute. Severe, intense, critical, crucial, dangerous. This is the word for patients with acute illnesses. Acute. Sharp, cutting, intense, severe, violent. The onset of the disease is marked by acute pains in the abdomen. Adapt. Alter, modify, change, remodel, tailor. The whale adapts itself to great changes in pressure when it dives thousands of feet. Adapt. Suit, fit, make suitable, qualify. The structure of the outer ear is adapted to collect and concentrate the vibrations. Adaptable. Flexible, pliable, pliant, compliant, accommodative. Men, in general, are not as adaptable as women. Adaptation. Fitting, sweeting, modifying, adjusting, conversion. In 1831, electricity was ripe for adaptation to practical purposes. Adaptation. Modification, change, adjustment, accommodation, reworking. She was responsible for the adaptation of her short story to a television play. join, unite, combine, annex. 5 plus 3 denotes that 3 is to be added to 5. Add. Total, sum up, combine, count up. The computer can add all those figures in a few seconds. Add. Continue, go on. And I won't take no for an answer, she added. Addict. Devotee, aficionado, fan, admirer, follower. She became a rock and roll addict in the 60s. Addict. User, junkie, dope fiend, doper, head. His contributions helped set up the halfway houses for addicts. Addition. In addition, moreover, furthermore, additionally, besides. We exercised every morning and in addition we went for a 10-mile run each Saturday. Addition. Adding, joining, putting together, uniting, combining. The addition of this paragraph is uncalled for. Addition. Addendum, appendix, appendage, supplement, increment. This addition contributes nothing to the manuscript. Addition. Totaling, adding up, summing up, summation, counting up. You have made an error in addition. Addition. In addition to, as well as, besides, beyond, over and above. In addition to books, the shop sold greetings cards. Address. Greet, hail, accost, approach. She was addressing strangers in the street to ask their views on women's rights. Address. Speak or talk to, deliver or give a speech to, lecture. After the coup, the general addressed the crowd in the square. Address. Address oneself to, devote or direct or apply oneself to. After the holidays, I again addressed myself to studying for examinations. Address. Speech, talk, discourse, oration, lecture. The Prime Minister's address to the nation was broadcast last night. Address. Location, whereabouts. She couldn't write to me because she didn't have my address. Adapt. Versed, proficient, skilled, well-skilled, expert. She is an adept pianist and her husband is adept at carpentry. Adapt. Expert, master, specialist, authority, dab hand. He is an adept at anything that one does with one's hands. adequate, equal, suitable, suited, fitted, up. Johnson was unsure that he was adequate to the task at hand. Adequate, passable, fair, fair to middling, middling, average. The music was good, the band only adequate. Adequate, sufficient, enough, ample, satisfactory, fitting. Is their language adequate to describe my feelings? Adjoining, neighboring, contiguous, adjacent, abutting, bordering. The land adjoining the supermarket is for sale. Adjust, adapt, accommodate, accustom, get used, acclimatize. Army life was very different, but I was able to adjust quickly. Adjust, set right, arrange, settle, harmonize, reconcile. 4 were named on each side to adjust their differences. Adjust, change, alter, modify, regulate, set. After he adjusted the pendulum, the clock kept good time. Adjustment, arrangement, balance, coordination, order, alignment. The inspector requires everything to be in perfect adjustment. Adjustment, adjusting, altering, alteration, setting, regulating. The adjustment of the clocks is my responsibility. Administer, administrate, manage, control, run, direct. The president said that she had administered the department well during her year as its head. Administer, execute, carry on, carry out, apply, implement. It is the responsibility of the police to administer the law, not to make it. Administer, dispense, supply, furnish, give, provide. Doctors sometimes administer drugs that have side effects. Administration, management, direction, conduct, supervision, oversight. Lord Hampton was given administration of her affairs till she came of age. Administration, dispensation, administering, supplying, furnishing, provision. The judge is charged with the administration of justice. Administration, authority, management, government. The current administration is in favor of a better health program. Admirable, wonderful, awe-inspiring, excellent, estimable, splendid. His performance in Harper's new play is admirable. Admiration, wonder, awe, delight, pleasure, esteem. Randolph was presented with a gold medal as a token of his colleagues' admiration. Admire. Esteem, regard or respect highly, look up to, revere, idolize. The Queen is one of the most admired people in the country. Admire. Wonder or marvel, delight in. Typically, he most admires people who are wealthy. Admirer. Beau, suitor, lover, sweetheart, darling. Scarlett was always surrounded by many admirers. Admirer. Devotee, aficionado, fan, supporter, enthusiast. Rock stars always seem to be accompanied by a retinue of admirers. Admission. Acknowledgement, allowing, allowance, admitting. The court refuses to consider the admission of testimony taken under duress. Admission. Reception, acceptance, appointment, institution, induction. The committee has at last approved the admission of women into the society. Admission. Access, admittance, enter, entry. This special card gives me admission to the rare book room of the library. Admit. Let in, allow to enter, take or allow in, accept, receive. The harbor is too small to admit even one more ship. Admit. Accept, concede, acquiesce, allow, grant. Descartes' principle admitted nothing but what his own consciousness obliged him to admit. Admittance. Leave or permission to enter, entry, entering, entrance, access. Admittance to the club is restricted to members. Adolescent. Teenager, youth, juvenile, minor, stripling. A group of adolescents volunteer to work at the home for the elderly. Adolescent. Teenaged, young, youthful, maturing, pubescent. Adolescent growth is often dramatic, a gain of 2 inches in height being not unusual. Adopt. Take up or on or over, embrace, espouse, arrogate. All Hugh's ideas are adopted from others, he's never had one of his own. Adopt. Take or accept as one's own. Carol and her husband have adopted 2 children. Adorable. Lovable, beloved, loved, darling, sweet. To look at him now, it is hard to imagine what an adorable child he once was. Adore. Esteem, honor, respect, admire, idolize. An entire generation adored the Beatles. Adore. love, be in love with, cherish, fancy, revere. Kitty just adores the captain of the football team at school. Adore. Worship, venerate, reverence, revere, exalt. Oh, come let us adore him, Christ the Lord. Adult. Mature, grown, full-grown, matured, of age. Now that you are adult, you come into a large inheritance. Adult. Grown up. Tiger cubs are cute, but the adults are very dangerous. Adulterate. Falsify, corrupt, alloy, debase, water. Adulterated rapeseed oil was found to have caused the deaths of more than 600 people. Advance. Move or put or push or go forward, approach. The battalion advanced towards the fort with guns blazing. Advance. Further, promote, forward, help, aid. The terrorists' dynamiting of the school has done nothing to advance their cause. Advance. Go or move forward, move, go on, proceed, get ahead. As people advance in life, they acquire what is better than admiration, judgment. Advance. Rise, increase, appreciation. Any advance in prices at this time would reduce our sales. Advance. Prepayment, deposit, loan. I cannot understand why George is always asking for an advance on his allowance. Advance. Progress, development, progress, forward movement, improvement. Who has done more for the advance of knowledge? Advantage. Superiority, upper hand, dominance, edge, head start. His height gives him an advantage at basketball. Advantage. To advantage, better, favorably, advantageously. The dress sets off her figure to advantage. Advantage. Gain, profit, benefit, interest, asset. I have information that will be of advantage to her. Advantageous. Profitable, worthwhile, gainful, opportune, beneficial. The minister signed an advantageous treaty of commerce with Russia. Adventure. Exploit, escapade, danger, peril, affair. We shared many wartime adventures. Adventure. Speculation, hazard, chance, risk, venture. I lost a fortune in some of his financial adventures. Adventure. Dare, wager, bet, gamble, stake. She adventured a whole week's salary on the pools. Adventure. Venture, hazard, risk, imperil, and danger. Would you adventure your pension money in such a scheme? Adventurer. Adventuress, soldier of fortune, swashbuckler, hero, heroine. Errol Flynn often played the role of the adventurer. Adventurer. Adventuress, cheat, swindler, charlatan, trickster. That adventuress is just after Nelson's money. Adventurous. Daring, rash, brash, reckless, devil-may-care. She was adventurous enough to sail round the world single-handed. Adversary. Foe, enemy, opponent, antagonist, competitor. Before beginning to fight, each adversary sized up the other. Adversary. Opposed, hostile, antagonistic, competitive. Why does she always take the adversary position in every argument? Advertisement. Advertising, promotion, publicity, propaganda, ballyhoo. Advertisement on TV may be very effective, but it is very expensive. Advertisement. Notice, handbill, blurb, broadside, bill. The company has placed advertisements in all major media. Advice. Information, news, intelligence, notice, notification. Advice has reached the police that a shipment of arms will leave Dover tonight. Advice. Counsel, guidance, recommendation, suggestion, opinion. His solicitor's advice is to say nothing. Advisable. Recommendable, expedient, prudent, practical, sensible. It would be advisable for you to keep out of sight for a few days. Advise. Tell, announce, inform, apprise, register. The police have advised the defendants of their rights. Advise. Counsel, guide, recommend, suggest, commend. I advised him to be careful driving at night in that area. Advisor. Counselor, mentor, guide, cicerone, counsel. The chairman always consults his advisors before making a decision. Advisory. Consultative, consultative, counseling, hortatory, monitory. Our firm has been engaged in an advisory capacity on the privatization of the utility companies. Advisory. Bulletin, notice, warning, admonition, prediction. The Weather Office has issued a storm advisory for the weekend. advocate, support, champion, back, endorse, uphold. Don't you advocate the policies of the party? Advocate, supporter, champion, backer, upholder, second. She is an enthusiastic advocate of free speech. Advocate, lawyer, counsel, intercessor, barrister, solicitor. The advocate for the opposition is not in court. Aesthete, connoisseur, art lover, lover of beauty, esthetician or esthetician, tastemaker. It was the aesthetes who set the standard for the art purchased by the museum. Aesthetic, sensitive, artistic, refined, discriminating, cultivated. These paintings might be realistic, but they are an aesthetic disaster. Aesthetic, artistic, tasteful, beautiful, in good, excellent. Daphne always does such aesthetic flower arrangements. Affair, matter, topic, issue, business, concern. These are affairs of state and require the approval of a minister. Affair, event, business, occurrence, happening, proceeding. Last night's farewell party was truly a dull affair. Affair, concern, business, beeswax. Who wiped the fingerprints off the weapon is none of your affair. Affect, influence, sway, change, transform, modify. Her sudden fame has affected her view of herself. Affect, attack, act upon, lay hold of, strike. Arthritis has affected his hands and he can no longer play the piano. Affect, move, stir, impress, touch, strike. This sportsman was not affected by all the taunts and jeers. Affectation, pretense, simulation, false display, show, front. Using a long cigarette holder is one of her many affectations. Affectation, affectedness, pretentiousness, artificiality, insincerity, posturing. She behaves with so much affectation that I never can be sure of her real feelings. Affected, pretentious, pompous, high-sounding, mincing, niminy-piminy. Oliver's affected airs were enough to make his classmates detest him. Affected, unnatural, artificial, specious, stilted, stiff. Dryden found Shakespeare's style stiff and affected. Affected, pretended, simulated, hollow, assumed, feigned. The ears affected grief concealed a secret exultation. Affection. Goodwill, regard, liking, fondness, attachment. The affection she felt towards her stepchildren was returned many times over. Affectionate. Fond, loving, tender, caring, devoted. She gave her mother an affectionate embrace and boarded the train. Affectee. Choose, select, use, wear, adopt. He affected a striped blazer and a boater which he wore at a jaunty angle. Affectee. Assume, adopt, put on, pretend, feign. Charles affects the knowledge of high finance. Affiliated. Associated, attached, connected, combined, united. For our members' convenience, the club is now affiliated with one that serves meals. Affinity. Friendliness, fondness, liking, leaning, bend. I have an affinity for the sea. Affinity. Relationship, kinship, closeness, alliance, connection or connection. He felt an affinity with other red-headed people. Afflict. Affect, bother, distress, oppress, trouble. Last winter's intense cold afflicted everyone, but those in the north especially. Affliction. Curse, disease, calamity, catastrophe, disaster. He often observed that greed was the affliction of the middle class. Affliction. Hardship, misery, misfortune, distress, ordeal. Moses saw the affliction of his people in Egypt. Afford. Yield, give, supply, produce, provide. The poems afford no explanation. Afford. Have the means, be able or rich enough, manage, bear the expense, pay. We cannot afford to send the children to better schools. Afford. Give, spare, give up, contribute, donate. The loss of a single day's work was more than I could afford. Afoul. Entangled with, in trouble with, in conflict with, at odds with. Barbara fell afoul of the new tax regulations. Afraid. Fearful, frightened, scared, intimidated, apprehensive. Don't be afraid, the dog won't bite you. Afraid. Sorry, unhappy, regretful, apologetic, rueful. I'm afraid I cannot help you find a cheap flight in London. Age. period, stage, time. He is a man of middle age. Age. Lifetime, duration, length of existence, lifespan. She was 16 years of age. Age. Maturity, discretion, majority, adulthood, seniority. When he comes of age, he will inherit millions. Age. Grow old, mature, ripen. Oh, Matilda, I age too fast for my years. Aged. Old, elderly, superannuated, ancient, age-old. The three aged women crouched in their chairs, each with her own memories. Agency. Means, medium, instrumentality, intervention, intercession. Pollen is carried from flower to flower by the agency of certain insects. Agent. Representative, intermediary, go-between, proxy, emissary. Our agent in Tokyo will look after the matter for you. Agent. Factor, agency, cause, means, force. The active agent in this cleaner is ammonia. Aggravate. Exasperate, frustrate, anger, incense, infuriate. Threats only serve to aggravate people. Aggravate. Worsen, intensify, exacerbate, heighten, magnify. They introduce new problems and aggravate old ones. Aggression. Aggressiveness, hostility, belligerence, combativeness, aggro. The mere crossing of the river is an act of aggression. Aggression. Attack, assault, onslaught, invasion, encroachment. The conflict had become a war of aggression. Aggressive. Forward, assertive, forceful, bold, pushy. Dennis's aggressive nature may yet make him a good salesman. Aggressive. Combative, warlike, martial, belligerent, bellicose. The Germanic tribes were known to the Romans as aggressive and hardened warriors. Aggressor. Assailant, attacker, instigator, initiator, provoker. You will find that the Nazis were the aggressors in Poland in 1939. Agile. Nimble, quick, brisk, swift, active. Sophia is an agile dancer. Agile. Keen, sharp, alert, dexterous or dexterous, resourceful. With his agile mind, Richard was able to solve the problems in no time at all. Agitate. Excite, arouse, rouse, move, perturb. Rachel was agitated to learn of the bank's threat to foreclose on the mortgage. Agitate. Stir, churn, disturb, shake, roil. The calm lake was agitated by the motorboats. Agitate. Push, press, campaign, promote. The miners have been agitating for better safety measures. Agitated. Moved, stirred, shaken, rattled, disturbed. The sheriff was in a very agitated state about the mob forming outside the jail. Agitation. Excitement, arousal, rabble-rousing, provocation, stirring up. The organized agitation of the crowds continued for weeks after the coup. Agitation. Shaking, disturbance, churning, stirring, turbulence. The agitation made the solution become cloudy. Agitator. Activist, rabble-rouser, incendiary, agent provocateur, insurrectionist. The opposition party hires professional agitators to incite the people to riot. Agog. Eager, avid, keen, enthusiastic, expectant. The children were all agog, waiting for Santa Claus to come. Agonizing. Painful, distressful, distressing, harrowing, torturous. We went through an agonizing reappraisal of our policy on immigration. Agony. Anguish, trouble, distress, suffering, misery. For 2 days his parents experienced the agony of not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Agree. Concede, grant, consent, admit, approve. I objected and they agreed with me. Agree. Consent to, favor, acquiesce in, or to approve of. We agreed terms with respect to the contract. Agree. Concur, conform, come or go together, coincide, correspond. At last my checkbook agrees with my bank statement. Agreeable. In favor, approving, willing, consenting, acquiescent. If Anne's agreeable, we can leave tomorrow. Agreeable. Pleasing, pleasant, enjoyable, pleasurable, favorable. He found the Caribbean an agreeable place for a holiday. Agreement. Understanding, covenant, treaty, pact, accord. They drew up a 10-year agreement to be signed at the summit in Geneva. Agreement. concord, harmony, compatibility, unity, concurrence. Agreement in error is far worse than division for the sake of truth. Ahead. At the or in front, in advance, in the lead or vanguard, up ahead, before. The general rode ahead. Ahead. Onward, forward, on. Please move ahead if you can. Ahead. Winning. At halftime, our team was ahead by 2 points. Aid. Funding, subsidy, subvention, grant money, grant. He could never have gone to university without aid from the endowment. Aid. Help, support, assistance, backing, relief. He was convicted of giving aid to the enemy in time of war. Aid. Help, support, assist, facilitate, back. He salved his conscience by aiding a local charity. Aid. Assistant, helper, coadjutor, good or strong right arm. The general's aides are always at his side. Ail. Trouble, afflict, affect, bother, distress. I cannot imagine what ails him, and the doctor can find nothing wrong. Ail. Suffer, be or feel ill or poorly or unwell or indisposed, be sick. Granny has been ailing lately. Ailment. Illness, sickness, affliction, disease, disorder. Granny's ailment has been diagnosed as influenza. Aim. Direct, point, focus, train, level. The guns of the fort are aimed at the narrow pass. Aim. Seek, intend, plan. I aim to retire at 50, if not before. Aim. Aim at, focus on, have designs on, aspire to, plan for or on. Edward aimed at absolute dominion over that kingdom. Aim. Purpose, goal, ambition, desire, aspiration. The aim of the book is set forth in the foreword. Aim. Direction, pointing, focus, focusing or focusing, sighting. His aim is so bad that he can't hit the side of a barn with a shotgun. Aimless. Undirected, erratic, chance, haphazard, random. We were annoyed by the tourists' aimless meandering round the village. Aimless. Purposeless, pointless, frivolous. After receiving the inheritance, she led an aimless life of ease and luxury. Air. Show off, parade, display, exhibit, publish. Once again, Andrew is airing his views on modern art. Air. Ventilate, freshen, refresh, aerate. The chambermaid is airing the room, so you can go in now. Air. Atmosphere, ambience, aura, climate, feeling. The restaurant has a delightful air about it. Air. Breeze, zephyr, current, draft, breath. Light air sprang up from the south. Air. Manner, style, appearance, aura, feeling. Louis has a lugubrious air about him. Akin. Related, allied or connected or affiliated, associated. Their decision not to show the film smacks of something akin to censorship. Alarm. Warning, alert, danger or distress signal, tocsin, bell. The alarm is set to wake me at 4 o'clock. Alarm. Fear, fright, apprehension, dismay, trepidation. He viewed with alarm the arrest of his next-door neighbors. Alarm. Frighten, scare, daunt, startle, terrify. Don't be alarmed, such delays are quite normal. Alcohol. Spirits, liquor, the bottle, the cup that cheers, demon rum. Alcohol and driving do not mix. Alcoholic. Intoxicating, inebriating. His doctor has forbidden him any alcoholic beverage. Alcoholic. Drunkard, drunk, dipsomaniac, sot, toper. The community runs a center for rehabilitating alcoholics. Alert. Awake, wide awake, watchful, vigilant, attentive. Kenneth is alert to the perils of smoking cigarettes. Alert. Active, nimble, lively, agile, active. He is an alert and joyous old soul. Alert. Warn, caution, advise, alarm, forewarn. We must alert him to the fact that the man is a vicious killer. Alert. Look out. She is always on the alert for new ways of saving money. Alert. Alarm, warning, signal, siren. Sound the air raid alert. Alibi. Excuse, explanation. Your alibi places you very close to the scene of the crime. Alibi. Excuse, explain. Caught red-handed, she couldn't alibi her way out of it. Alien. Foreign, strange, exotic, outlandish, unfamiliar. The customs of the country were alien to me. Alien. Foreigner, stranger, outlander, outsider, non-native. Aliens are required to register during January. Alienate. Disabuse, wean away, detach. Gradually the villagers were alienated from their old animistic beliefs. Alike. Similar, resembling or like one another, akin to or similar to one another. They began to think all religions were alike. Alike. In like manner, in the same manner or way, similarly, equally, uniformly. She believes that all people should be treated alike. Alive. Living, live, breathing, among the living, in the land of the living. My great-grandfather is still alive, in spite of years of defying medical advice. Alive. Alive to, sensitive or alert to, aware or conscious of, aware or cognizant of. She is alive to every slight nuance in the poem. Alive. Alert, active, lively, vivacious, quick. Look alive, my lads, and hoist away. Allegation. Charge, accusation, complaint, assertion, avowal. I resent the allegation that I don't bath often enough. Allege. Declare, aver, state, assert, charge. The guard alleged that he had caught the boy climbing in a basement window. Alleged. Described, designated, claimed, avowed, stated. He is awaiting trial for his alleged involvement in the bombing. Alliance. Union, confederation, combination, federation, pact. The alliance between the two empires has been faithfully maintained. Alliance. Marriage, affinity. The alliance between the two families was welded by the children born of it. Allot. distribute, apportion, allocate, earmark, assign. The millionaire allotted an equal share of his fortune to each of his children. Allotment. Garden plot, kitchen garden, patch, tract, plot. If I don't answer the phone, it's because I am digging my allotment. Allotment. Share, apportionment, ration, portion, quota. Each prisoner was given a daily allotment of 4 ounces of black bread and a cup of water. Allow. Acknowledge, admit, grant, concede, own. He allowed that he had not been completely truthful about his movements that night. Allow. Agree to, concede, see to, admit, permit. The judge said that he would allow a plea of guilty with an explanation. Allow. Permit, let, suffer. Please allow the children to select their own friends. Allowance. Stipend, dole, pin or pocket money, quota, ration. Bill gets a liberal weekly allowance for expenses. Allowance. Payment, recompense, remuneration, reimbursement, remittance. Allowance will be made for all reasonable expenses. Alloy. Mixture, mix, combination, compound, composite. Brass is an alloy of copper and zinc. Alloy. Contaminate, pollute, adulterate, debase, diminish. Their external prosperity was not alloyed by troubles from within. Alloy. Change, modify, temper, alter, moderate. Gentle persons might by their true patience alloy the hardness of the common crowd. Ally. Comrade, confederate, collaborator, coadjutor, accessory. I had hoped to have you as an ally in my proposal for reorganization. Ally. League, combine, unite, join, team. We shall ally the Romans to us and conquer the territory. Almost. Nearly, about, approximately, practically, virtually. You almost broke the window. Aloft. Above, overhead, in the air, in flight, up. 5 women held the banner aloft. Alone. Unaccompanied, unescorted, solitary, by oneself. Leave me alone. Alone. Unequaled, unparalleled, unique, singular, unexcelled. As a poet, Dawn stands alone. alone, only, solely, exclusively, simply, just. You alone can help me. Alone, solitarily, by oneself, solo. I'll walk alone. Aloof, standoffish, distant, remote, cool, chilly. Roger keeps himself aloof from the needs of those less fortunate than he is. Aloof, private, reticent, reserved, withdrawn, haughty. Deirdre is quite an aloof sort of person, not what you would call a mixer. Aloof, apart, away, at a distance, separate, at arm's length. We invited Martha to join us, but she preferred to remain aloof. Alter, change, revise, modify, vary, transform. The dress fits better since being altered. Alteration, change, modification, revision, transformation, adjustment. My new suit needs alteration to fit properly. Alternate, rotate, exchange, change, interchange, take turns. To help out, we could alternate our days off. Alternate, succeed, be in succession or rotation. The wallpaper had alternating stripes of pink, gray, and maroon. Alternate, variant, alternative, choice, substitute, deputy. My alternate takes over if I am ill. Alternate, in rotation, successive, every other, every second. The nurse visited our district on alternate days. Alternate, alternative, second, other. The alternate selection contains only milk chocolate. Alternation, rotation, succession, exchange, interchange. In a temperate climate, there is the advantage of the alternation of the seasons. Alternative, alternate, variant, other, different, additional. Alternative models are available. Alternative, alternate, variant, choice, option, selection. You leave me no alternative. Altogether, entirely, utterly, completely, wholly, totally. Altogether, you may be right. Altruism, selflessness, self-sacrifice, unselfishness, philanthropy, generosity. Nick does things for others out of altruism, expecting nothing in return. Always. At all times, again and again, on all occasions, every or each time, each and every time. I have always made coffee this way and seen no reason for changing. Always. In any case, as a last resort. You could always refuse to pay. Always. Forever, continually, ever, perpetually, unceasingly. You are a fool, Mike, and you will always be a fool. Amalgam. Mixture, blend, combination, alloy, mix. The population was an amalgam of original settlers and new immigrants. Amalgamate. Blend, combine, unite, mix, join. The 4 sentences of the original are amalgamated into 2. Amalgamation. Blend, fusion, combination, mixture, mingling. The directors voted for an amalgamation of the 2 companies that would benefit both. Amass. Accumulate, mass, pile or heap or rack up, collect, gather. How many points have you amassed? Amateur. Layman, non-professional, tyro or tyro, dabbler, dilettante. When it comes to repairing cars, I'm a mere amateur. Amateur. Lay, non-professional, untrained, unpaid, dilettante. The amateur theater group's performance received excellent reviews. Amaze. Astound, astonish, surprise, awe, stun. I was amazed that she still cared for me. Amazement. Astonishment, surprise, awe, wonder, stupefaction. He stared at her in amazement, sure that he had misunderstood what she was saying. Amazing. Astonishing, astounding, surprising, wonderful, remarkable. The Cossacks put on an amazing display of horsemanship. Ambassador. Envoy, delegate, legate, emissary, minister. The ambassador must present his credentials to the Queen. Ambiguity. Equivocalness, equivocacy, amphibology or amphiboly, vagueness, indistinctness. Ambiguity of language must be avoided in legal documents. Ambiguity. Equivocation, double talk, double speak, equivoque, pun. The minister's speech was full of ambiguities. Ambiguous. Doubtful, dubious, questionable, obscure, indistinct. His role in the affair is ambiguous. Ambiguous. equivocal, amphibological, amphibolic or amphibolous, misleading. If one says Taylor saw Tyler drunk, which one was drunk is ambiguous. Ambiguous. Unreliable, undependable. How can the doctor decide on a correct diagnosis when the symptoms are ambiguous? Ambition. Drive, enterprise, energy, initiative, vigor. You'll never get anywhere, Stuart, since you're totally lacking in ambition. Ambition. Hunger, thirst, craving, appetite, atavism. John's relentless ambition may yet be his undoing. Ambition. Goal, object, aim, aspiration, hope. It is Olivia's ambition to marry someone with a title. Ambitious. Greedy, avaricious, overzealous, overambitious, pushy. Howard is a trifle too ambitious, expecting to be department head after only 1 year. Ambitious. Aspiring, hopeful, enthusiastic. My son, I am just as ambitious for you as you are for yourself. Ambitious. Energetic, enterprising, vigorous, zealous, enthusiastic. We prefer ambitious young people to those who are seeking a sinecure. Ambush. Trap, ambuscade or ambuscado. The company set up an ambush near the crossroads. Ambush. Lie in wait, trap, waylay, ensnare, entrap. The guerrillas were ready to ambush the soldiers. Amend. Reform, change for the better, improve, better, ameliorate. The prisoner believes he could amend his ways if given the chance. Amend. Correct, amend, emendate, rectify, set to rights. Take whatever time you need to amend the text. Amendment. Correction, emendation, reformation, change, alteration. They want to move an amendment to the bill. Amendment. Attachment, addition, addendum, clause, paragraph. A 2/3 majority in the Congress is needed to pass the amendment. Amends. Compensate, pay, repay, make reparation or restitution. How can the bus driver ever make amends for the loss of a beloved kitten? Amiable. Friendly, well-disposed, kindly, kind, amicable. Melissa is well named for her sweet and amiable disposition. Amicable. Friendly, amiable, congenial, harmonious, brotherly. Our countries have always enjoyed the most amicable relations. Amid. Mid, in or into the middle or midst or center of, amongst, among, surrounded by. Without further ado, she plunged amid the waves. Amiss. Wrong, at fault, awry, out of order, faulty. If I am amiss in my thinking, let me know. Amiss. Wrong, awry, badly, poorly, imperfectly. Everything possible has already gone amiss with the rocket launch. Amiss. Wrongly, improperly, badly, incorrectly, inappropriately. A word of advice might not come amiss here. Amiss. Take or think amiss, mistake, misinterpret, misunderstand, take offense. I trust that you will not take amiss what I intended as constructive criticism. Among. Amongst, amid, amidst, mid, in the midst or middle or center of. We lay down among the flowers. Among. Among, to each or all. The examination booklets were passed out among the students. Amount. Become, develop into. That son of his will never amount to much. Amount. Amount to, add up to, total, aggregate, come to. Waiter, what does my bill amount to, please? Amount. Quantity, volume, mass, expanse, bulk. What amount of water is needed to fill the container? Amount. Total, aggregate, extent, entirety. What is the amount of the invoice without the tax? Ample. Broad, wide, spacious, extensive, expensive. Her ample bosom heaved with sobs. Ample. Wide-ranging, extensive, broad. In one ample swoop they snatched up all the land. Ample. Abundant, extensive, fruitful. The event proved a very ample subject for history. Amplify. Enlarge, elaborate, stretch, lengthen, detail. He amplifies every point in microscopic detail. Amplify. Broaden, widen, extend, increase, expand. Let no man comfort him but amplify his grief with bitter words. Amplify. exaggerate, overstate, magnify, stretch. The reports have amplified the number of horsemen slain in the encounter. Amply, widely, broadly, extensively, greatly, expansively. This fabric stretches amply enough to fit over the couch. Amply, to a great extent, largely, fully, abundantly. My confidence in her was amply recompensed by her success. Amply, abundantly, fully, copiously. The prophecy was amply fulfilled. Amulet, charm, talisman, good luck, peace, fetish. Whenever the man rubbed the silver amulet, his number would win. Amuse, divert, entertain, please, beguile, interest. Perhaps the crossword puzzle will amuse her while she is waiting. Amuse, make laugh, delight, cheer, tickle. That form of rowdy slapstick doesn't amuse me. Amusement, entertainment, diversion, recreation, pleasure, relaxation. The boys in my class used to pull the wings off flies for amusement. Amusement, entertainment, diversion, divertisement, recreation, distraction. During the festival there are concerts, plays, and other amusements. Anachronism, misdate, misdating, misapplication, antedate, antedating. The poster showing Cleopatra smoking a cigarette is an anachronism. Analyze, take apart or to pieces, separate, dissect, break down, anatomize. The scientists are analyzing the internal constitution of a glacier. Analyze, examine, investigate, study, scrutinize, interpret. We must first explicitly define and analyze the nature of the sample we found. Analysis, interpretation, opinion, judgment, criticism, critique. She disagrees with our analysis of the poem. Analysis, examination, investigation, study, scrutiny, inquiry or inquiry. The analysis has shown the presence of arsenic in her soup. Ancestor, forebear, forefather, forerunner, precursor, antecedent. The Eohippus, only a foot high, was the ancestor of the horse. Anchor, stability, security, mainstay, support, stabilizer. Marie is an anchor to windward for George, who tends to be a bit irresponsible. Anchor, mooring. The ship rode at anchor in the harbor. anchor. Attach, affix, secure, moor, fix. He remained anchored to the spot, refusing to move. Ancient, old, old-fashioned, archaic, time-worn, aged. We were accosted by an ancient crone at the mouth of a cave. Ancient, old, bygone, past, former, earlier. In ancient times there were very few books. Ancient, old, antique, antediluvian, primitive, prehistoric. In those ancient days man had only just come down from the trees. Anger, rage, wrath, ire, fury, pique. Her anger got the better of her, so she simply punched him. Anger, enrage, infuriate, madden, pique, incense. Father was so angered by the insult that he refused to pay. Angle, slant, oblique, corner, edge, intersection. The two walls meet at an angle. Angle, slant, point of view, aspect, viewpoint, standpoint. The managing editor told me he's looking for a new angle on the kidnapping story. Angly, angle for, fish for, look for, seek, be after. Fran is angling for compliments on her new dress. Angry, enraged, furious, irate, resentful, ireful. Father was angry with me for letting the cat out. Angry, inflamed, irritated, sore, smarting. He has an angry lesion where the fetters rubbed against his ankles. Anguish, suffering, grief, distress, woe, anxiety. He underwent terrible anguish in the waiting room till the surgeon arrived. Anguish, suffering, pain, agony, torment, torture. She endured the anguish of toothache rather than go to the dentist. Anguish, disturb, upset, distress, afflict, trouble. The anguished cries of prisoners could be heard. Animal, creature, being, mammal, organism. The zebra is a black and white striped animal. Animal, beast, brute, savage, monster. Think of the poor girl married to that animal. Animal, physical, fleshly, sensual, gross, coarse. his animal appetites occasionally got the better of him. Animal. Zoological, zooid, animalistic. The sponge is a member of the animal kingdom. Animate. Lively, spirited, vivacious, animated, quick. A course for more animative eye, a form more faultless never had been seen. Animate. Alive, moving, breathing, quick. Although they move, plants are not considered to be animate. Animate. Activate, enliven, invigorate, stimulate, inspirit. A little enthusiasm would have animated their dull relationship. Animate. Inspire, inspirit, stimulate, actuate, move. He spent the few minutes before the battle in animating his soldiers. Animated. Lively, quick, spirited, active, vivacious. In the corner, Terence was engaged in an animated conversation with Mary. Animated. Mechanical, automated, lifelike, moving. Each Christmas, the shop has an animated window display. Animation. Spirit, spiritedness, vitality, land. Johnson was in high spirits, talking with great animation. Animation. Enlivenment, liveliness, energizing, invigoration, enlivening. The scout leader was credited with the animation of the youth in his care. Animosity. Hostility, antagonism, antipathy, malevolence. The animosity he felt for his brother soon disappeared. Announce. Proclaim, make public, make known, set or put forth, put out. The appointment of a new Prime Minister has been announced. Announce. Declare, tell, state, aver, assert. The President announced that he was resigning because of the scandal. Announce. Intimate, suggest, hint at, signal. The sight of a top hat announced Gordon's presence in the club. Announcement. Declaration, pronouncement, proclamation, statement. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to make an announcement. Announcement. Commercial, advertisement, advert, ad, spot. The window was filled with announcements of houses for sale. Announcement. Notification, notice, word. We received an announcement of the wedding but no invitation. Announcer. presenter, master of ceremonies, master of the revels, MC. The announcer didn't get my name right. Annoy. Pester, harass, harry, badger, nag. Stop annoying me with your persistent requests for money. Annoy. Irritate, bother, irk, vex, nettle. The anonymous telephone calls were beginning to annoy us. Annoyance. Nuisance, pest, irritant, bore, pain. He's such an annoyance, I wish he'd leave. Annoyance. Irritation, bother, vexation, exasperation, pique. Must I put up with the annoyance of that constant bickering? Answer. Reply, response, rejoinder, retort, riposte. The boy's answer is unprintable. Answer. Solution, explanation. Ten points were taken off because I had the wrong answer to question 3. Answer. Defense, counterstatement, plea, explanation, declaration. Her answer to the charge was not guilty. Answer. Reply, respond, retort, rejoin, riposte. When I ask you a question, I expect you to answer. Answer. Satisfy, fulfill, suffice for, meet, suit. The bequest answered my need for the moment. Answer. Answer back, talk back. How dare you answer your father back? Antagonism. Conflict, rivalry, discord, dissension, friction. Giving jobs only to personal friends has engendered antagonism. Antagonism. Opposition, animosity, enmity, rancor, hostility. It is difficult to understand your antagonism towards classical music. Antagonist. Adversary, opponent, enemy, foe, contender. The antagonists prepared to fight. Anticipate. Forestall, intercept, preclude, obviate, prevent. She anticipated her opponent's maneuver by moving the queen's bishop 1 square. Anticipate. Expect, look forward to, prepare for, count or reckon on. We eagerly anticipated the arrival of Uncle Robert. Anticipate. Foretell, forecast, predict, prophesy, foretaste. He anticipated that flying would be a future mode of locomotion. anticipation, expectation, expectancy, hope. In anticipation of the arrival of Father Christmas, we hung up our stockings. Antidote, antitoxin, antiserum, antivenin, counteractant, counterirritant. The old prospector says that the best antidote against snake bite is whiskey. Antiquated, old, old-fashioned, outmoded, pass, out of date. Antiquated laws list penalties for practicing witchcraft. Antique, collectible or collectible, collector's item, biblo, objet d'art, objet de virtu. His hobby is collecting antiques. Antique, old, old-fashioned, antiquated, outmoded, pass. She wore the antique clothing she had found in the trunk. Anxiety, appetite, hunger, thirst, desire, eagerness. It is every person's anxiety to obtain for himself the inestimable pearl of genuine knowledge. Anxiety, solicitude, concern, uneasiness, disquiet, nervousness. Philip began to feel genuine anxiety over Tanya's safety. Anxious, troubled, uneasy, disquieted, uncertain, apprehensive. We were anxious for her safety. Anxious, desirous, eager, keen, enthusiastic, ardent. I was anxious to visit the Pitti Palace once again. Apart, separately, distinctly, individually, singly, alone. The provisions of the bill should be seen together as a whole, not viewed apart. Apart, aside, to one side, by oneself, at a distance, separate. He stood apart when the awards were given out. Apart, to or into pieces, asunder. At the touch of the button, the building blew apart. Aperture, opening, space, gap, cleft, chink. As much water ran through as the aperture could accommodate. Apologetic, regretful, sorry, contrite, remorseful, penitent. The lad was most apologetic for having broken the window. Apologize, make or give excuses or explanation, defend, justify, vindicate, espouse. You don't have to apologize for her. Apologize, beg or ask pardon, express regret, feel sorry or regretful or remorse. You needn't apologize for sneezing. Apple, dismay, shock, discomfit, unnerve, intimidate. The council were appalled to discover that the police superintendent was accepting bribes. Apparatus. Equipment, requisites, tool, instrument, utensil. The apparatus needed for the experiment is here. Apparel. Clothing, attire, clothes, dress, raiment. The police found various items of apparel strewn about the flat. Apparent. Evident, plain, clear, obvious, patent. It was apparent to all of us that she would become a successful opera singer. Apparent. Appearing, seeming, illusory, ostensible, superficial. In an apparent show of strength, he ordered his forces to attack the capital. Apparently. Evidently, plainly, clearly, obviously, patently. There is apparently no cure in sight for the disease. Apparently. Seemingly, ostensibly, superficially, outwardly. In stop-action photography, the bullet apparently hangs in mid-air. Appeal. Attract, be attractive to, allure, please, invite. He seems to appeal to older women. Appeal. Entreat, supplicate, solicit, plead, petition. She appealed to the king to release her son from the dungeon. Appeal. Application, suit, entreaty, call, request. I don't know if God heard our appeal. Appeal. Attraction, lure, allurement, charm, fascination. It is not hard to see why his type would have some appeal. Appear. Come forth, become visible or manifest, put in an appearance, materialize, surface. His wife appeared after an absence of 10 years. Appear. Occur, happen, come up, be included, figure. That four-letter word does not appear in written form till the 20th century. Appear. Perform, act, play, take the role or part of. She has appeared as Roxanne in dozens of productions of Cyrano de Bergerac. Appearance. Arrival, advent, presence, publication. I was awaiting the appearance of the book in the shops. Appearance. Aspect, look, form, mean, air. The doorman would not let him in because of his shabby appearance. Appearance. Display, show. Their fine horses with their rich trappings made a splendid appearance. Appetite. desire, inclination, proclivity, tendency, disposition. They try to suppress their bodily appetites such as hunger and lust. Appetite, craving, hunger, thirst, desire, keenness. She developed an insatiable appetite for reading. Applaud, express approval of, praise, laud, hail, commend. Susan's parents applauded her decision to apply for university. Applaud, approve, express approval, clap, cheer, give a hand. The audience applauded when the villain was caught. Applause, clapping, acclamation, acclaim, clap, cheering. At the curtain there was applause from the audience. Applicable, fit, suitable, suited, appropriate, proper. Are the laws of the mainland applicable to the islands? Application, attention, diligence, industriousness, effort, perseverance. Without application, you will never develop much skill at the piano. Application, relevancy, relevance, reference, pertinence, germaneness. The application of the regulation to present circumstances is somewhat vague. Application, use, employment, utilization, practice, operation. The committee wants to see a sterner application of the law with respect to mail order offers. Apply, appropriate, assign, allot, credit, use. He had many skills but failed to apply them in his daily work. Apply, fasten, fix, affix, stick, cement. The signs were applied to the window with a special substance. Apply, administer, rub in or on, imbricate. The doctor said to apply this ointment before retiring. Appoint, fix, set, settle, determine, ordain. The time appointed for the execution has been delayed. Appoint, equip, fit out, furnish, decorate. They live comfortably in a well-appointed home in the suburbs. Appoint, name, designate, nominate, elect, assign. I was delighted to have been appointed as chairman. Appointment, meeting, date, rendezvous, engagement, assignation. You are again late for your appointment. Appointment, job, position, post, situation, office. He got the appointment as manager. appointment, nomination, election, assignment, designation, selection. We fully approve of his appointment as chairman. Appreciate, value, find worthwhile or valuable, esteem, cherish, enjoy. Delia's contribution is not really appreciated. Appreciate, increase or rise or gain in value or worth. The property in this area has been appreciating at a rate of about 10% a year. Appreciate, understand, comprehend, recognize, perceive, know. Do you appreciate the implications of the new tax law? Appreciation, gratitude, thankfulness, gratefulness, thanks, acknowledgement. She is trying to think of an appropriate way to express her appreciation for all he has done. Appreciation, increase, rise, advance, growth, enhancement. An appreciation of 30% in the value of real estate. Appreciation, understanding, comprehension, perception, recognition, knowledge. It's fortunate that Richard's appreciation of the finer things in life is supported by his income. Apprentice, novice, tyro or tyro, learner, starter, beginner. Lever served as an apprentice in the soap factory. Apprentice, indenture, contract, bind. Cartwright was apprenticed to a carpenter before becoming a journeyman cabinet maker. Approach, near, advance, draw or come near or close or closer, come nigh. As night approached, the sky darkened. Approach, make advances or overtures to, proposition, propose to, sound out, make proposal to. Theo makes mincemeat of any man who tries to approach his daughter. Approach, approximate, nearly equal, come close to, compare with. The total is beginning to approach your estimate. Approach, access, passage, way, path, course. The approach to the house was overgrown with brambles. Approach, approaches, advances, overtures, proposals, propositions. Michelle had no intention of discouraging Pierre's approaches. Approach, advance, movement. Our approach to the gates was being watched very carefully. Appropriate, suitable, apt, fitting, fit, proper. She has written a poem appropriate to the occasion. Appropriate, take over, seize, expropriate, arrogate. Somebody has appropriated my chair. Appropriate. Set aside or apart, devote, assign, earmark, allot. Most of the money has been appropriated for back taxes. Appropriately. Fittingly, suitably, properly, correctly, aptly. She came down appropriately dressed for dinner. Approval. Sanction, approbation, blessing, consent, agreement. I don't think that the plan will meet with the committee's approval. Approve. Approve of, sanction, consider fair or good or right, accept, favor. I always had the feeling that her father didn't quite approve of me. Approve. Confirm, affirm, support, ratify, uphold. Sheila Jones's appointment to the commission has been approved unanimously. Approve. Allow, countenance, condone, permit. The headmistress would never approve your leaving the building during classes. Approximate. Rough, inexact, loose, imprecise, estimated. The figures are only approximate, not exact. Approximate. Resemble, approach, look or seem like, simulate. The laboratory tests on rats approximate the way the virus behaves in humans. Approximate. Near, approach, come close to, verge on. Your estimates approximate those of the budget committee. Approximately. Approaching, nearly, almost, close to, about. There are approximately 50 people in the audience. Aptitude. Fitness, suitability, appropriateness, relevance, applicability. One need only look at an albatross in the air to appreciate its aptitude for flight. Aptitude. Intelligence, quick-wittedness, intellect, capacity, aptness. The aptitude of that new student sets her apart from the others in the class. Aptitude. Tendency, propensity, disposition, predilection, bent. Helen displays a natural aptitude for the violin. Arbitrary. Capricious, varying, erratic, uncertain, inconsistent. An arbitrary number has been assigned to each district. Arbitrary. Absolute, tyrannical, despotic, authoritarian, magisterial. The conduct of the Archbishop appears to have been arbitrary and harsh. Arch. Chief, principal, prime, primary, preeminent. Moriarty was Holmes's arch-enemy. Arch. waggish, saucy, mischievous, prankish. I could tell from the lad's arch expression that he had thrown this snowball. Arch. Clever, cunning, crafty, roguish, tricky. Brendan loves to play his arch pranks on unsuspecting friends. Ardent. Eager, intense, zealous, keen, fervent. Diane was carrying on ardent love affairs with at least 3 men. Ardor. Eagerness, desire, zeal, fervency, burning desire. Bernadette has supported the cause with great ardor. Arduous. Laborious, difficult, hard, tough, strenuous. What an arduous task it is to read the proofs of a dictionary. Arduous. Energetic, strenuous, vigorous. Montrose made arduous efforts to reconstruct his army. Area. Space, field, region, tract, territory. There has been a lot of crime in that area lately. Area. Extent, limit, compass, size, square footage. The area of my greenhouse is 30 by 15 feet. Area. Space, room. Is there enough floor area here for the carpet? Argue. Dispute, debate, disagree, bicker, wrangle. The couple next door are continually arguing with each other at the tops of their voices. Argue. Make a case, talk, plead, debate, contend. I cannot tell whether she's arguing for or against the proposition. Argue. Discuss, reason, debate, wrangle. He would argue by the hour, but never for arguing's sake. Argument. Point, position, reasoning, logic, plea. Arthur's argument falls apart when he brings in the phlogiston theory. Argument. Debate, dispute, disagreement, quarrel, controversy. The argument spilled out into the street. Argumentative. Quarrelsome, disputatious, belligerent, combative, contentious. Evelyn is irritable and argumentative. Arise. Rise, get up, stand up, get to one's feet, wake up. I have arisen before dawn all my life. Arise. Rise, go up, come up, ascend, climb. The full moon arose in the eastern sky. arise, come up, be brought up, be mentioned, crop up. The subject never would have arisen if the waiter hadn't spilled the wine on me. Aroma, smell, odor, character, aura, atmosphere. There is an aroma of dishonesty about them that I can't quite identify. Aroma, smell, odor, fragrance, scent, perfume. Don't you just love to be awakened by the aroma of fresh coffee? Aromatic, fragrant, spicy, perfumed, savory, pungent. A most agreeable scent came from a bowl of aromatic herbs. Around, about, approximately, nearly, almost, roughly. There were around a dozen of us in the place. Around, about, everywhere, in every direction, on all sides, all over. By this time the savages were all around and we couldn't move. Around, round, about, for everyone or all surround. I don't think we have enough food to go around. Around, round, about, surrounding, encompassing, enveloping. The fields around the castle were cultivated by tenant farmers. Around, about, approximately, roughly, circa. He was born around the turn of the century. Arouse, provoke, encourage, quicken, foster, call forth. The song aroused feelings of patriotism among the recruits. Arouse, awaken, raise, wake up, waken, rouse. I was aroused by the noise and reached for my pistol. Arouse, excite, stir up, stimulate, awaken, summon up. My suspicions were aroused because she was carrying my umbrella. Arrange, settle, plan, set, organize, orchestrate. Everything has been arranged. You won't have to lift a finger. Arrange, order, dispose, array, organize, sort. The flowers were arranged in a vase so as to conceal the listening device. Arrange, orchestrate, score, adapt. Flemberg has arranged music for some of the best-known modern composers. Arrangement, settlement, agreement, terms, plan, contract. The arrangement called for Bosworth to get 10% of the gross profits. Arrangement, structure, combination, construction, contrivance, affair. An arrangement of bricks served as a hearth. arrangement, order, disposition, grouping, organization, array. Don't you care for the arrangement of the furniture, my lady? Arrest, stop, halt, check, stall, forestall. The progress of the train has been arrested. Arrest, slow, retard, stop. I'm afraid that we have here a case of arrested mental development. Arrest, catch, capture, seize, apprehend, take. Foxworthy was arrested crossing the border. Arrest, under arrest, in custody, under legal restraint, in the hands of the law, imprisoned. Hands up, you're under arrest. Arrest, seizure, capture, apprehension, detention, restraint. The police have made 6 arrests. Arrest, stop, stoppage, check, cessation. The doctor said it was a case of cardiac arrest. Arresting, striking, shocking, remarkable, impressive, electrifying. It is indeed an experience to be in the presence of such an arresting beauty. Arrival, newcomer, immigrant, traveler, passenger, tourist. The arrivals on Flight 422 were questioned about a bearded passenger on the plane. Arrival, coming, advent, appearance. We have been awaiting your arrival for weeks. Arrive, succeed, prosper, get ahead, reach the top, make it. Yuppies believe that once they own a fur coat and a Mercedes, they've arrived. Arrive, come, make one's appearance, appear, turn up, show up. She arrived only 2 minutes before the plane was to take off. Arrive, arrive at, come or get to, reach, attain. I think that Crumley has arrived at the stage in his career where he merits a promotion. Arrogance, self-assertion, impertinence, insolence, presumption, nerve. How is the arrogance to assume that I wish to see him again? Arrogant, haughty, overbearing, imperious, high-handed, overweening. Since her husband was made a company director, she's become unbearably arrogant. Art, craft, technique, business, profession, skill. The fishermen can't employ their art with much success and so trouble to see. Art, skill, skillfulness, ingenuity, aptitude, talent. Little art is required to plant turnips. art. Artistry, artisticness, taste, tastefulness. High art differs from low art in possessing an excess of beauty in addition to its truth. Artful. Ingenious, clever, astute, shrewd, dexterous. She has practiced her artful deception so long that nobody believes anything she says. Artful. Scheming, wily, sly, cunning, foxy. That artful fellow managed to sell me a completely useless gadget. Artifice. Stratagem, device, maneuver, trick, contrivance. They were deluded by artifices to cheat them out of their money. Artifice. Skill, cunning, trickery, craft, craftiness. He used artifice to get control of the firm. Artificial. Affected, unnatural, forced, pretended, high-sounding. I tell you that Alan's concern for you is entirely artificial. Artificial. Unnatural, synthetic, man-made, manufactured, simulated. The museum has a strange collection of artificial teeth on display. Artificial. Made up, concocted, bogus, fake, sham. The figures used in the sample survey are entirely artificial. Artless. Unskilled, untalented, unskillful, unpracticed, inexperienced. Clogs must be the most artless footwear ever made. Artless. Unpretentious, unassuming, unaffected, natural, simple. The remarks were those of an artless young man who meant nothing sinister. Artless. Innocent, sincere, guileless, ingenuous, true. Imitation is a kind of artless flattery. Ashamed. Embarrassed, abashed, humiliated, chagrined, mortified. I was ashamed to have to admit that it was I who had written the nasty letter. Ask. Question, interrogate, query, quiz, inquire or inquire. Let's ask the policeman for information. Ask. Beg, apply, appeal, seek, solicit. In the streets, thousands of beggars ask passers-by for alms. Ask. Demand, require, expect, request. Doing his laundry is a lot to ask. Aspect. Complexion, light, angle, interpretation, mean. His conviction for robbery put a different aspect on hiring him as a security guard. Aspect. Viewpoint, point of view, position, standpoint, side. Looked at from a different aspect, the problem did not seem insurmountable after all. Aspect. Exposure, prospect, outlook, orientation. The western aspect of the room made it sunny in the afternoons. Aspersion. Slander, libel, false insinuation, calumny, imputation. He resented my casting aspersions on the legitimacy of his birth. Aspiration. Desire, longing, yearning, craving, hankering. It was his lifelong aspiration to marry someone with money. Aspire. Aspire to, desire, hope, long, wish. He still aspired to being a full professor. Assailant. Attacker, assaulter, mugger. My assailant threatened me with a knife. Assault. Beat, batter, bruise, harm, hit. She complained that her husband continually assaulted the children. Assault. Attack, assail, set or fall upon, pounce upon, storm. The elderly couple were assaulted near their home. Assault. Rape, violate, molest. Three women were assaulted in that neighborhood last night. Assault. Attack, onslaught, onset, charge, offensive. At dawn we launched the assault on the fort. Assault. Beating, battering, hold up, mugging, rape. The defendant is accused of assault. Assemble. Convene, gather, call or bring or get together, convoke, summon. The forces were assembled along the waterfront. Assemble. Construct, put together, erect, set up, fit or join or piece together. The sculpture was assembled from found objects. Assemble. Accumulate, gather, amass, collect, bring or group or lump together. The paintings were assembled from many sources. Assembly. Gathering, group, meeting, assemblage, body. A huge assembly of well-wishers greeted the candidate. Assembly. Construction, putting together, erection, connection, setting up. Assembly of the bicycle can be completed in an hour. Assembly. Convocation, council, convention, congress, association. The assembly voted to re-elect the incumbent officers. Assertion. statement, declaration, affirmation, contention, asseveration. He made the assertion that he had never seen the defendant before. Assertion, insistence, proclamation, representation, affirmation, confirmation. The kings exercise their jurisdiction in the assertion of their regal power. Assertive, declaratory, affirmative, asseverative, definite, certain. Harold won't obey unless his mother adopts an assertive tone with him. Asset, property, resources, possessions. Her only liquid asset was some shares in the Suez Canal Company. Asset, talent, strength, advantage, resource, benefit. His main asset is that he speaks fluent Japanese. Assign, appoint, designate, order, name, delegate. I assigned David to look after the champagne. Assign, fix, set, settle, determine, appoint. Have they really assigned Thursday as the day of worship? Assign, allot, allocate, apportion, consign, appropriate. A water ration was assigned to each person. Assignment, task, obligation, responsibility, chore, duty. The school assignment for tomorrow is an essay on Alexander Pope. Assignment, allotment, allocation, apportionment, giving, distribution. Assignment of posts in the cabinet is the responsibility of the Prime Minister. Assignment, appointment, designation, naming, nomination. The assignment of Neil Mackay to the post was a stroke of genius. Assist, further, promote, abet, support, benefit. The rumors will not assist his election. Assist, help, succor, serve, work for or with, relieve. She has always assisted the poor. Assist, aid, help, second, support. He could walk only if assisted by the nurse. Assistance, help, aid, support, succor, backing. The scholarship fund offered financial assistance. Assistant, helper, helpmate or helpmeet, aid. These systems make use of rhymes as assistants to the memory. Assistant, deputy, subordinate, subsidiary, auxiliary, underling. He is now the assistant to the sales manager. associate, confederate, ally, collaborator, accomplice, accessory. He and his associates have been sent to prison for conspiracy. Associate, comrade, companion, friend, mate, buddy. We have been close associates for many years. Associate, colleague, partner, fellow worker. I'd like you to meet my associate, Lindsay. Associate, ally with, link, join or unite, combine or confederate. I always associate him with fast cars and hard drinking. Associate, see, be seen with, socialize or fraternize, mix or mingle, go with. Mother told me not to associate with boys who use that kind of language. Associate, allied, affiliate, affiliated, associated, accessory. Publication is under the direction of an associate company. Associate, subsidiary, secondary. She is an associate professor at an American university. Association, connection, link, affiliation, relationship, bond. The association between princes and frogs is probably lost on anyone so literal-minded. Association, fellowship, intimacy, friendship, camaraderie, comradeship. There has been a long-standing association between Peter and Wendy. Association, society, organization, confederation, confederacy, federation. The society later became known as the British Association for the Advancement of Science. Assortment, collection, potpourri, mixture, melange, array. That hat looks like something from the assortment at a jumble sale. Assortment, group, class, category, batch, set. Which assortment contains only plain chocolates? Assume, take on, take upon, put or try on, done, adopt. That trivial dispute has assumed gargantuan proportions. Assume, presume, suppose, believe, fancy, expect. The king assumed he had the cooperation of Parliament. Assume, accept, adopt, take, use, employ. Who will assume the leadership of the party? Assumed, pretended, put on, sham, false, feigned. He wrote poetry under an assumed name. Assumed, taken, taken for granted, presumed, supposed, accepted. the payment depends materially on the assumed rate of interest. Assumed. Appropriated, taken, usurped, expropriated, preempted. He functions in his assumed capacity as a judge. Assurance. Promise, pledge, guarantee or guarantee, warranty, commitment. You have the bank's assurance that the money will be on deposit. Assurance. Certainty, confidence, trust, faith, reassurance. There is no assurance that Herr Kleister will get the job done. Assurance. Insurance, indemnity. His life assurance is barely enough to cover the costs of his funeral. Assure. Secure, stabilize, settle, establish, confirm. The doctor assured the father of his baby's safety. Assure. Encourage, inspirit, reassure, hearten. Your humanity assures us and gives us strength. Assure. Convince, persuade, reassure, make certain, ensure. What can I do to assure you of my love? Astonish. Amaze, surprise, shock, astound, stun. I was astonished when told my wife had given birth to quintuplets. Astonishment. Amazement, surprise, shock, stupefaction, wonder. I'll never forget that look of astonishment on his face when he learned he had one. Astound. Surprise, shock, astonish, stun, stagger. The great McTavish performs astounding feats of magic and levitation. Astute. Shrewd, subtle, clever, ingenious, adroit. He had the reputation of being an astute businessman. Astute. Sharp, keen, perceptive, observant, alert. That was a very astute comment, Smedley. Atmosphere. Air, ambience or ambience, environment, climate, mood. There's such a friendly atmosphere in the bar of the Golden Cockerel. Atmosphere. Air, heaven, sky, aerosphere. It is gravity that prevents the Earth's atmosphere from drifting off into outer space. Atone. Expiate, make amends, pay, repay, answer. He has atoned for his sins many times over. Atonement. Amends, propitiation, reparation, repayment, compensation. He sent her flowers in atonement together with a note apologizing profusely for his actions. Atrocious. awful, terrible, bad, rotten, horrid. Priscilla has atrocious taste. Atrocious. Cruel, wicked, iniquitous, villainous, fiendish. They will never forget the atrocious crimes that took place during the war. Atrocity. Enormity, wickedness, flagitiousness, iniquity, infamy. The atrocity of the final solution was a well-kept secret during the war. Atrocity. Evil, outrage, crime, villainy, offense. She could not listen when the prosecutor read a list of the atrocities perpetrated at the camp. Attach. Fasten, join, connect, secure, fix. Attach this to the wall. Attach. Endear, attract. I won't say that we were in love, but I was very closely attached to her. Attach. Connect, associate, assign, affiliate, enlist. Her brother-in-law has been attached to my regiment. Attached. Devoted, partial, fond, devoted. I became attached to the painting and did not wish to sell it. Attached. Connected, joined, seconded. She has been attached to the Foreign Office for many years. Attached. United, fastened, fixed. The knob attached to the outside of the door might come off. Attachment. Fastening, connection, tie, link, bond. She had a special attachment to these students. Attachment. Attaching, fastening, linking, joining, affixing. The mode of attachment to the wall is not immediately apparent. Attachment. Affection, regard, fidelity, faithfulness, devotion. We still feel a deep attachment despite the divorce. Attack. Assail, assault, fall or set or pounce upon, charge, rush. Helicopter gunships were sent out to attack the bunker. Attack. Criticize, censure, berate, abuse, revile. His article attacked the minister for his views on housing. Attack. Begin, start, approach, undertake. We attacked the meal with gusto. Attack. Assault, onset, offensive, onslaught, incursion. The enemy responded to our attack with a smoke screen. attack. Seizure, spell, spasm, paroxysm, fit. How do you stop an attack of hiccups? Attack. Criticism, censure, abuse, denunciation, revilement. The quarterly's attack is totally uncalled for. Attempt. Endeavor, try, essay, effort, undertaking. He made a feeble attempt to wave. Attempt. Attack, assault. An abortive attempt was made on the life of the Vice President tonight. Attempt. Try, essay, undertake, take on, venture. Is she going to attempt to dive off the cliff tomorrow? Attend. Watch over, wait on or upon, care for, take care of, minister to. Mrs. Atterbury attends the patients in the cancer ward on weekdays. Attend. Be present, go to, be at, appear, put in an appearance. Are you attending the concert? Attend. Turn to, pay attention to, serve, tend to, take care of. I shall attend to your request as soon as possible, madam. Attendance. In attendance, waiting upon, attending, serving. The king always has at least 4 people in attendance. Attendance. Presence, appearance, being. Your attendance at chapel is required. Attendance. Audience, crowd, assembly, assemblage, gathering. The attendance at the FT was greater than we expected. Attendant. Waiting upon, accompanying, following, resultant, resulting. The circumstances attendant on your acceptance of the post are immaterial. Attendant. Escort, servant, menial, helper, usher or usherette. He dismissed his attendants and entered the church alone. Attention. Heed, regard, notice, concentration. Pay attention, don't let your attention wander. Attention. Publicity, notice, distinction, acclaim, prominence. She seems to have been getting a lot of attention lately. Attentive. Heedful, observant, awake, alert, intent. You really must be more attentive to the needs of others. Attentive. Polite, courteous, courtly, gallant, gracious. He is always very attentive to the ladies. Attitude. Posture, position, disposition, stance, bearing. The attitude of the figures in this sculpture was one of supplication. Attitude. Posture, position, disposition, opinion, feeling. What is your attitude towards the situation in South Africa? Attract. Draw, invite, entice, lure, allure. Our attention was attracted by a slight noise in the cupboard. Attraction. Draw, lure, enticement, attractant, inducement. The presence of the movie stars has been a powerful attraction. Attraction. Draw, appeal, magnetism, gravitation, pull. David confided to Joan that he felt a strong attraction to her. Attractive. Attracting, drawing, pulling, captivating, taking. The person I'd like to meet needn't be beautiful or stunning, attractive will do nicely. Attribute. Quality, character, characteristic, property, feature. It is surprising how soon historical personages become invested with romantic attributes. Attribute. Ascribe, impute, assign, put down to, trace to. The shriveled arm of Richard III was attributed to witchcraft. Attribution. Assignment, ascription, credit. The curator disagreed with the expert's attribution of the painting to Canaletto. Audacious. Daring, bold, confident, intrepid, brave. Crenshaw made an audacious bid for the chairmanship. Audacious. Presumptuous, shameless, bold, impudent, pert. Charlotte was so audacious as to assume that she could win. Aura. Air, atmosphere, feeling, ambience or ambience, spirit. There is an aura of elegance about the woman that impresses everyone she meets. Auspices. Aegis, sponsorship, authority, protection, support. The competition is under the auspices of the Astronomical Society. Authentic. Genuine, real, actual, bona fide, factual. This is an authentic Chippendale chair. Authenticate. Verify, validate, certify, substantiate, endorse. You will have to go to the consul to have your passport authenticated. Author. Creator, originator, inventor, father, founder. Adolfo was the author of the plot to kill the governor. Authoritarian. dictatorial, imperious, totalitarian, autocratic, arbitrary. Why do people ever elect an authoritarian government? Authoritative. Official, valid, authentic, documented, certified. The second edition is usually considered the authoritative one. Authoritative. Scholarly, learned, authentic, valid, sound. There is no more authoritative source than Professor Fitzhugh on early Egyptian history. Authority. Power, jurisdiction, dominion, right, control. Who gave you the authority to tell me what to do? Authority. Expert, specialist, scholar, sage, judge. Gardner is an authority on Scottish history. Authority. Word, testimony, evidence, say so. Do not accept anything solely on the authority of the herald. Authorize. Empower, commission, sanction, approve, countenance. Who authorized you to speak for all of us? Automatic. Self-acting, self-governing, self-regulating, mechanical, robot. Many modern cars are equipped with an automatic choke. Automatic. Unavoidable, inevitable, inescapable, ineluctable. It is automatic for the tax inspector to suspect people of hiding something. Automatic. Mechanical, involuntary, unconscious, instinctive or instinctual, natural. Flinching is an automatic reaction to a threatening gesture. Auxiliary. Helping, assisting, supportive, aiding, abetting. In a well-balanced mind, imagination and understanding are auxiliary to each other. Auxiliary. Subordinate, additional, subsidiary, secondary, ancillary. Larger sailing vessels have an auxiliary motor in case the wind fails. Auxiliary. Help, assistance, aid, support, accessory. Knowing another language is a useful auxiliary in the study of your own. Auxiliary. Helper, assistant, aid, alter ego, supporter. Let me introduce Pat, my auxiliary, who will help you if I am not available. Available. At or to hand, at one's disposal, accessible, handy, present. If you need me for anything, I am available. Avant-garde. Innovative, advanced, progressive, experimental, original. Some modern art, avant-garde not very long ago, seems quite conventional today. Avarice. Greed, acquisitiveness, cupidity, craving, covetousness. The classic tale of avarice is that of King Midas, whose touch turned everything to gold. avaricious, greedy, acquisitive, grasping, covetous, mercenary. She fell into the clutches of an avaricious lawyer. Average, mediocre, middling, run-of-the-mill, commonplace, common. Boris is only an average violinist, but he's a virtuoso on the harmonica. Average, normal, common, usual, customary, general. On an average day, the museum has about 2,000 visitors. Average, in the main, generally, normally, usually. On average, I go abroad twice a year on business. Average, mean, norm, usual, standard. The Bell Inn is certainly far above average in accommodation, food quality, and service. Averse, disinclined, unwilling, reluctant, resistant, loath. He does not appear to be averse to your suggestion. In fact, he seems quite keen on it. Aversion, dislike, abhorrence, repugnance, antipathy, antagonism. Your aversion to the theater might be explained as agoraphobia. Aversion, dislike, hatred, hate, loathing. Turnips are a particular aversion of mine. Avoid, shun, keep from, keep off, leave alone, keep or steer clear of. Why does Benny avoid looking me straight in the eye? Awake, awake to, awaken to, wake up to, realize, understand. I finally awoke to the fact that my tax return was overdue. Awake, wake, awaken, get up, rouse or bestir oneself. When I awoke, she was standing over me with a pistol. Awake, awaken, animate, arouse, rouse, stimulate. Marches awaken my sense of patriotism. Awake, up, aroused, roused, wide awake, up and about. I'm always awake a few minutes before the alarm goes off. Award, grant, give, confer, bestow, present. Her dog was awarded the blue ribbon in the club show. Award, grant, bestowal, presentation, endowment, awarding. Profits were up last year despite a large pay award. Award, prize, trophy, reward. The award for the tidiest boats has been won by the Bristol Yacht Club. Aware, informed, apprised, knowledgeable, knowing, posted. She is well aware of the consequences. Aware. Sensitive, sensible, conscious. I became aware that someone was watching us. Awesome. Awe-inspiring, awful, imposing, amazing, wonderful. The eruption of Vesuvius in AD 67 must have been a truly awesome spectacle. Awful. Bad, terrible, inferior, base, abominable. I feel awful this morning. Awful. Frightful, shocking, execrable, unpleasant, grotesque. That was an awful thing to do. Awfully. Very badly, terribly, extremely, greatly. I'm awfully sorry I'm late. Awkward. Embarrassed, shamefaced, uncomfortable, ill at ease, uneasy. Terry made an awkward excuse and left the room. Awkward. Ungraceful, ungainly, inelegant, wooden, gawky. The ballerina made an awkward, flat-footed pirouette and stumbled off stage. Awkward. Clumsy, ungainly, left-handed, ham-handed, ham-fisted. In his awkward attempt at putting the watch back together, Sam left out a few parts.